A very good afternoon, pool fans watching around the world. We're back again on day 3 as we will resume the European Championships. Today, our featured match is none other than the title defender Manuel Pereira versus Terje Christoffersen from Norway. Manuel Pereira from Portugal. Well, the last 2 years he's been on an absolute tear. He's been in pretty much every final in the different disciplines, and like I said, he's the defending champ. It's 10 ball, so it'll be very interesting to see who will get off to a good start. As you can see, it's the losers round 2, race to 7, so whoever manages to lose this match, it will be end of tournament for them. Be interesting to see how both players get on, as we can have a closer look in this first break by Manuel Pereira. Both wing balls got very close to putting into the middle pocket. Just hit their knuckles. Luckily for Manuel, didn't leave a shot on the 1. But such was the situation of the 1 ball. He knew it was odds on he'd be in trouble. So this hit here on the 1 is very tricky indeed. So it could be that he will play an intentional foul. But if you do so, well, you need to basically bank yourself on having a better escape in the next inning. I mean, he could try and dislodge the 1 and the 7 of the 3. Oh, he just tipped his cue ball. He felt like there was no real advantage trying to play a alternative intentional foul. Once again, this escape is equally tough, if not even harder. That's why I thought maybe he could have worked out something a bit more advantageous. These are really tough to judge, so close to the rail. Ooh, really close. But nevertheless, that's his second consecutive foul, so he will be notified. And if he fouls again, that's going to be the rack towards Terje Christoffersen from Norway. Be interesting to see which way Terje wants to go about this, because maybe he's just going for the attack. Doesn't seem to me like he's trying to play safe from this position. And he's failed to play position on the 2, so maybe he was thinking putt the 1 and play a safety after the 2 ball. But I wouldn't say he's particularly ideal in terms of where the cue ball has landed in regards to the 2 ball. He can play safe, but it'd be a bit harder to hook him tight behind the ball, and he's failed miserably there. So I thought he had he definitely had better options in theory. But that's a huge relief for Manuel, because this is definitely not a snooker. And this is fine, even though if he would to make a foul here, that 3 consecutive fouls is out of the way immediately after having putted that 2 ball. He's called the 3 ball into the bottom right corner pocket, trying to kick this in. believe he's left the 3-ball for his opponent. And so one good positional shot here from Terje, and he should be off to have a great chance to take the first rack. That was a very nervy stroke, I felt. As an opponent, when you see your opponent, well, butcher the technical part of a shot, I always felt that it gave me a lot of confidence, knowing that they're feeling a lot of tension. I suppose if there's any stage of the match where you're allowed to have a little bit of tension in your arm, it's usually the beginning part where you need to settle down. Sometimes these awkward opening racks, funny enough, actually helps both players to settle down. Ultimately what it means is both players have had several visits to the table, so sometimes it's actually good to have one of these awkward racks behind you as soon as possible, so you can resettle and just, well, play the game as you are usually used to play it. But the player from Norway seems to, well, I think he's struggling, and judging by his body language, hand covering the mouth, he's not particularly enjoying his time out there. He's not completely settled. Now the 4-ball needs to travel. Well, yeah, I think this is still doable, but it's a lot harder. Thin cut here on the 4-ball. Hard to tell whether he's left it. I think he has. It's a thin cut here on the 4. And I don't know whether he could possibly use the 9-ball to just stop the cue ball. Otherwise it's gonna fly around the table. Maybe he can just use the 9-ball to put the brakes on the cue ball here. Manuel. It did hit the 9, but I think he's okay, you know. That 6-ball is in a bit of an awkward spot. Either he wants to come all the way back to the other part of the table, otherwise that 10-ball is looming large. And I think he's just done enough to see the putting angle on the 6, so if that is the case, it's not perfect, but he's got a chance to carry on this visit. That was a much more solid stroke. Couldn't have asked for much more than that. Delightful shot he's played there, Manuel. These players are playing with a shot clock, so it's called an extension. This is probably the last difficult shot in order for Manuel to put this first rack behind him. Yeah, beautifully played. And his cue ball is, well, pretty close to perfect on this 10. So he will take the first rack. Be interesting to see how both players can settle to the conditions as soon as possible. Unlike the previous event that was just before the European Championships, the Euro Tour, it is alternate break rather than 2 players per player. And if you're wondering why the players have been going slightly towards the side to break, because there is a break box and they have to stay outside of the middle break box, as you can see here. And all it does, it makes the break, particularly in 10 ball, a little bit more challenging. And it gives us a bit more, well, tactical play to watch and follow. That 2 ball was, well, played to perfection. Nice in close range on the 3, and I believe with a perfect angle as well, to once again go ever so slightly towards the right side. Just a little touch, that was enough. So it seems to me that playing position from the 5 to the 6 is highly likely going to be the ball that could cause him some trouble. And he's landed a bit awkward here on the 5. He would have loved to be on the other side, so he's going away from the right side of the table. So much so he might have to just draw back as he was looking to go past the middle pocket, past the 7, to leave himself a thinner cut on the 6. Yeah, just like that. Nicely played. Wanted to guarantee himself that he could see the 6. That's a nicely executed shot and also clear thinking from where I'm sitting. That's no problem. This angle on the 7, he's got options, either draw it in straight or run it to 2, maybe even 3 rails for the 8 ball. That 8 ball wobbled ever so slightly, but still in and with a great angle here on the 9. So after what has been a little messy first rack, this rack, however, the defending champ, Manuel Pereira, is stamping his authority on this match. Takes a 2-0 lead, gets the break. Second break of the match by the defending champ, Manuel Pereira. Cue ball went really close to the middle pocket. Luckily for him, it didn't drop. But having said that, I don't know whether he can play a 3-ball combination. Other than that, it's likely going to be a safety shot here. Terje Christopherson did call the 1 pocket into the top right corner, but so far it's Manuel who seems to have settled far more efficiently than his opponent. And with this angle on the 2, I think he's got options. I believe the 3 and the 7 is a very comfortable combination, as we have a little close-up of his. Ooh, I think that's too heavy. Yeah, it was. And I think, in all honesty, he just left himself a little bit thinner on the 2 than he would have wanted. As you can see, he was trying to hold his cue ball for the 3-7 combination. If he would have been a bit, well, straighter on the 2, I'm sure he would not have missed it. Left himself a bit more to do with. Yeah, it has to be said, so far, when Terje has been at the table, he's had, well, a lot of unforced errors. And I don't know how nervous he might be feeling. One thing is for sure, if this carries on, it's just going to be a bit harder and harder to find his groove and settle down. It never really helps your confidence if you're missing pots by the proverbial mile. Don't know. Well, I think that's gone wrong here for Manuel. Well, he might have to come the right side of the 5, but has to play it with a little bit of right spin just to check the cue ball. And he played it that, but failed to make contact with the 4. Could this be the moment where Terje finally settles down? Because, well, although the 4 looks a little bit challenging, maybe it does go into the middle pocket, he should really try and punish this. As of right now, his last 6 visits or shot attempts, he's left his opponent in with a nice easy opener. And we've all been through this phase in our pool careers, and it's let me tell you, the most horrible position to be in, when every visit at the table seems to give your opponent a great opportunity to build on that lead. So this is a guaranteed 3-0 lead by the defending champ. So far everything is going, well, I wouldn't say everything, but as far as the scoreline is concerned, it is going to plan. And this streak of, well, putting his opponent in with a great, or at least an attacking opportunity, just carries on. And you gotta kind of feel for him, Terje. It's a horrible, horrible position to be in. And all it does is just fuels your opponent with confidence as it drains yours. So it's a double-edged sword. I believe the 5 does pass the 9 into the right center pocket. So if he can draw his cue back, got a lot of backswing on that. So much so he snookered himself, I believe, on this 5 ball. So it has to be a jump. Initially I was thinking maybe that 6 ball could be a little bit of a nuisance. But he potted the previous ball in such a way that he just created a little bit more angle. It's called the 5 into the middle pocket, of course. And that's a good jump, but no reward. The only silver lining here is, I think you can see the right side of the 6. You should be able to play a good safety shot here. Or at the very least try and get some separation between the 1 and the 6. Oh, he's trying to kick this in with off 2 rails. Well, this is definitely the 3rd, maybe the 4th good opportunity for Terje to put a rack on the board, and he's running out of time. Terje is having a horrible day at the office, I'm afraid. And the defending champ, well, I'm sure he'll know how to navigate with this situation. You can see it in the background. Not completely strange, of course. Terje, slumped shoulders, head hanging down. 4-0 behind, and his opponent, I believe he's still got a lot more left in the tank, Manuel Pereira, so even himself, I don't believe he's played to the best of his ability just yet. Nevertheless, firmly in control of this match. That cue ball was on a journey of its own. Well, I think, yeah, he's going for the attack here. Manuel trying to jump this one ball into the side pocket. Not so sure how he will manage to land on the 5 ball from this position. Maybe he's playing safe. No. Went for the attacking option, but unfortunately I always felt like it would have been a miracle to play good position on the 5. Maybe he's going for the bank shot. No, playing safe. Manuel calling this 5 ball into the left side pocket. I'm under the impression that Terje, as we had a chance in the previous picture, is just gripping his cue way too firm. And when that happens, it's a couple of times now where I've seen him follow through and he's steering afterwards with the tip of his cue, which usually indicates that you're gripping the cue a bit too firm. And also, when you're gripping your cue too firm, your strength in your forearm just basically disallows for any smoothness in your stroke, and also the pause on your backswing becomes a lot more difficult. So that's something I've picked up on his, well, the technique that's been causing him a lot of trouble throughout this match so far. And I believe it is safety shots like these that is, well, one of the best tactics you can have. If you feel that your opponent is struggling, and maybe, or quite possibly with their technique, the best thing you can do is create some distance, because if there's any department of the game that will test your technique, it's the longer distance. In close range, you might get away with a couple of sloppy executions, but on the longer distance, every millimeter counts, as this is looking odds on to be 5-0 and only 2 racks away from the win. Manuel. And even though he's highly likely and very much so favored for this match, and I'm sure he'll be happy after the win, I think he also knows that he can expect a bit more resistance going forward in this tournament. It's not always where you play a match and you'll have it all your own way. Yeah, it's a strange one because he obviously did not hit the 1 full. And by having had such a, well, below par break, the table hasn't opened up conventionally, if you'd like to call it. So this in fact is a pretty tricky and challenging layout for either of the players to try and run it out. Yeah, Manuel just come around to see whether the 5 goes into the left middle pocket. He could draw his cue ball back, but there's a little risk involved. If he underscrews this, he might not be able to see the 5 to pot it. I'll make sure he would get enough backspin on the cue ball. Still not completely home and dry. As you can see, the 7 isn't potable from where it's sitting now, so that needs some development. And from this angle, you should be able to do that. Now, ideally, you're trying to hit the 9 and the 7 simultaneously. If you hit the 7, it has to be a very gentle nudge, where the 7 comes off the side rail and crosses the table, where you potentially have the 7 towards the left middle pocket, for example. Well, he hit the 9 and has pushed the 7 into a perfect position. And it seems like that positional shot from the 6 to the 7, it has opened up the pathway for Manuel to put himself on the hill. I'm sure he would have loved a little bit less angle on this 9. Might have to come twice across. Doesn't want to hit the 10. Yeah, that was the... Well, I mean, we can talk about the 9 onto the 10, which could have been played better, of course, but I believe the 8 to the 9 was a bit sloppy. So, looking to cut this 10 ball into the bottom right corner pocket. Cue ball is in a little bit of danger to drop in one of these pockets. Safely in. Retrieve the situation. 6-0 up. Well, hard to deny him from this position against anyone in the game, but if you've been following this match since the beginning, well, his opponent Terje Christoffersen is having a horrible day at the office. So I don't know whether it's safe to say this, but I have a sneaky suspicion he'd be delighted to get out of the arena as soon as possible, because so far this match has not been enjoyable whatsoever for him. Solid break there by the defending champ. Yeah, based on the position of the cue ball, it's looking like Manuel is, well, looking to top this 1 ball. And the only problem with that is the cue ball will go close towards the 7. He's desperately trying to avoid running into the 7, and he's done a great job there. That 3 ball seems to pass the 4. So a gentle up and down shot here on the 2. Just go past the 8 ball should do the trick. Needs to be a little bit wary with his cue ball. I believe he cannot avoid running into the side rail. He needs an angle on this 4 ball after this. Yeah, and that's gone completely wrong there. Usually you would say this is a great chance for his opponent, but so far Terje is, well, like you can see here, more or less every visit has cost him rather than actually helped him. Yeah, I'm sure he's checked out, and it happens to everyone. It's the loneliest seat ever when you're playing that much below your potential. Manuel using every millimeter of the table. For example, if you look at the pattern of his follow through, you can try and set up an exercise for yourself just to experiment with this. Try and just let the cue land on your fingertips, so don't even use your thumb. So the lightest possible grip you can have on a cue, and trying to replicate what his follow through is looking like. And it'd be very hard, because if you're barely pushing or gripping the cue too hard, it's easier to have a smooth stroke. If you're gripping a bit firmer on the cue, on the back end, that's where usually you get these jabby movements. Where's the cue ball going? Well, after 7 racks, Terje manages to avoid the donut here. Manuel knew full well he would be in trouble after that shot. Luckily for him though, the 2 and the 4 bar are occupied, so even if he fails to make contact with the 1, it's highly unlikely his opponent will run out. A little bit unfortunate where the cue ball has landed. I think he will be going for the... no, I think he played the safety, you know. I think he did. That was a very clever shot. Manuel can clearly see the putting angle on this 2 and pot it. His cue ball needs to do some traveling though in playing position on the 3. That 10 ball has pretty much spoiled the party. If he wants to carry on this scoring visit, has to play the combination 3 to the 6. I think that's what he's called. So he's not holding back. Wants to finish off this match. I think it might just be cuttable. Whether that's the right shot, not so convinced. I think there might just be an edge on this 3 ball, you know. It's a long one over the distance, but it is doable. A couple of ways to try and play position onto the 5. And the only good news for Terje is not left a sitter for Manuel to close out this match, but this was always on the cards. I was looking for one real kick shot here, Terje. Sometimes you can see these shots being misjudged. Needs to make sure he hits the 3, of course. Although he hit the 3, but I think this is still a decent chance for Manuel to finish off this match here. And now I believe he can... no, he couldn't see the 5. A little bit surprised he got down so quickly. Of course he had to wait for the cue ball stop spinning. Almost felt like there was a little bit of frustration in that shot. Whatever the case may be, it's hard to deny that this is a good opportunity for Terje. Terje still extending this match, now 2-6 behind. Needless to say, is still firmly with his back against the wall. But that's pretty much all he can do. Take the chances he will get and see where it leads him to. As you can see, the 3 and the 4 are placed in a challenging position, particularly the 4 ball. Although that was a sweet stroke there by Manuel Pereira. But the real work starts from here. Getting onto the 3 already in itself is quite challenging. But the 4 ball, well, it's either a bank shot or a combination the 4 onto the 8. He could just drop this 3 ball in and let his cue ball land inside the gap of the 6 and the 5. Ooh, that was a nervy one. Didn't push the cue through into a straight line. I'm sure he's a little bit frustrated that this match is still ongoing. It should have been and could have quite easily been a 7-0 straightforward victory for the defending champ. But of course, the longer you have to wait, the more possible little bit of frustration that can creep in. And for the first time in this match, Terje seems to have, well, at least lost the cobwebs. He's still a long way behind, and I believe it is only if and when he can get to 5 racks, his opponent will feel a little bit of pressure. My. I don't think anyone saw that one coming. And that could quite possibly be his last shot of this year's 55 plus seniors 10 ball championships. Should be a formality from this point on forward for Manuel to run out this match. Little shake of the head, I believe, is just off straight on the 9. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, I believe. If you can just draw it back anywhere between the 2nd and 3rd diamond, that should do the trick. Oh, he's actually dead straight, so there you go. Slightly screwed it, but it should be fine. So this 10 ball for the victory and to prolong his race in this year's European 10 ball championships. In it goes, and it's a convincing victory for the defending champion. Having a little quick word with his opponent, who was, well, not having the best time of his life out there. As it is the Portuguese defending champ, Manuel Pereira, that proceeds into the next round. Keep an eye out on our streams, ladies and gents. We will have a lot more pool action coming your way. For now, it's been a pleasure. My name is Arya Sorabi, and we will be back with the matches shortly. Bye for now.
Sometimes you learn of this.
Yes,
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 yes.
you have to.
Yes. You have first people.
Yes, I saw. Oh,
Oh. No, I understand why people think to do. No, I understand. First 30 minutes.
what can you do?
I can't do nothing.
I saw you breathing deep, and then I saw the fingers.
But after we are 55, I think it's coming more and more. A bit better and better, yeah.
But too late.
Too late. And next time that happens, I know. Yeah.
You're good enough. No, 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 no.
and Miric Reot from Germany. In the commentary booth for this match is myself, Tim de Ruiter, trying to go over all the shots. And I think this could be a great match. It's a winner's qualification match, race to 7. The game is 10 ball, the second discipline of this year's European Seniors Championship. And I'm very much looking forward to see more from Jurgen Nielsen. I have seen a little bit from Reot. But on the other side, who knows how much some players improve also in the meantime. So very curious to see what we will have on this table. Well, not the bestest of starts to this match. A dry break. I have to break from outside the box. So, of course, with the tapped racks, there's little dents in the table, in the slate, that make sure all the balls are perfectly frozen. So that's to where they made an extra rule to not have too many stop shots on the break. Not the most enjoyable way of playing pool, I would say. So they have to break the balls from outside the box, which is completely different. Less usual suspects to go in, and I think way more entertaining game to watch. So already going at it. Just play quite speedy around the table. Slightly hampered now over the 7. I think he's still fine to make the 4, but it did hang up. Well, I have to say, quite some enforced errors in this opening rack. Of course, like I've mentioned before, most of these players, they might not even have played on such a big live channel or in such a nice arena. There's a lot of first timers here, of course. Back in the day, they never really had this, so it's always some settling down needed. I think it's exactly that's what's been happening to this table. Last match, the beginning, one of the two players was alright, but that's it. This now a lot better. Just top spin, maybe a drip of left to make sure there is a natural angle to get to the 10 ball on the top short rail. And the spin might have gotten him there, just slightly awkward, being so close to the rail. Had to jack up the cue. And a slight bit of body movement there for Reot. So like I mentioned, the player's still getting used to the high stage, to the big stage. But it is Miric Reot who gets the first rack on the board in this race to 7. Well, now what do we have? Does the 6 still go by the 8 in the top left corner? Well, we will have to wait to find out because he's missed the 2 ball. As you can see, every time they've played with some spin here and there, it looks like I've been losing the cue ball just a slight bit, catching the ball a little thicker or thinner. And if he has something on the 4, which I doubt, but if he has something on the 4, it's going to be such a big problem to get from the 4 to the bottom side of the table on the 5 and then back up table for the 6. So the first hurdle, like I mentioned, to get from the 4 to the 5, nicely done. The 6 ball has moved to a nicer position. And he did catch the 8 full with the 6, so it stays nicely over the corner. Yeah, similar thing like I've mentioned, the fact that he's had quite a bit of space on the bottom side of the table to get on the 7. And he still landed just okay, but would be nice to, you know, just get a couple straight ins, get that rhythm up. Oh, miscue, tried to draw the cue ball over, and now I do like the cross-side bank. This is to take the early initiative in the match, though. He might be playing safe. No, he did go for the bank and really caught the side pocket point and did not leave something on the 10. Yeah, the cue ball stays on the table. And the second rack now also goes to Reot, who doubles his lead. I have to say, both of them playing quite fast. Almost looks like they're on a rush. I think there's also a shot clock in action on all the three tables on this view. Just not sure if the third table in the back is also on there. I'm quite sure the tables on the stream have the shot clock, so always makes the players a slight bit more uncomfortable. Well, and look at this for a leave. How will you ever get to the 1 ball? Okay, well, the good news was he still was able to catch a piece of the one. Now let's see. Does give an angle on the one in case the 2 ball is not open to play. He does have the angle to possibly nudge it. Biggest problem with nudging it though is if you make the 2, you're most likely to be hooked on the 3 ball. So has chosen to play a safety, and a good one. And especially with the 2 ball not being available, I mean, we could be in for quite a long rack because they might be going back and forth. Yeah, good morning to my friends from the USA. Good evening to my friends from Asia. This tournament is being played in the Netherlands, in Assen. Local time now, 4 p.m. Well, 4:13 p.m. This is a winners qualification match with Reot having the slight upper hand so far. This is to qualify for the last 32 single elimination stage. Now the loser of this match is not out yet. Will have to go over the one loss side, but no harm really has been done. It still gives you an opportunity to play yourself back into the main field of 32. Well, now let's see if there is any more trouble on the table. I don't really think so, except for the 8 not going to the top left, so needs a little bit of a shape from 7 to the 8, or a possible bank shot. But overall, still has plenty of time to run the cue ball around, and that means also... Oh, I'm a little bit surprised he's went forward there. Hooked himself almost behind the 6. I think he still has a piece, but... He's playing fast. Kinda looks like when he gets going could be very dangerous, but also here and there, if you look at how soft he's played the 4, really looked like who could be putting a little bit of body English on the ball, which is always scary. Wow, and what an excellent shape he's played there. Yeah, a couple uncomfortable opening shots, but now I would say he's definitely very comfortable around the table, and he's now up 3-0. It's race to 7 alternate break. Miric Reot is doing an excellent job keeping his opponent away from the table. His opponent, on the other hand, Jurgen Nielsen, just came to the table the first rack, struggled a slight bit. Yeah, I think the referee came over to say, could you maybe please put your shirt in your pants? You're on live TV, sir. Very possible. That's the thing. Ooh. Did go for the side break, leaving trouble and clusters on the table. Now, to start with ball in hand, the 1 and the 2 shouldn't be a problem. But to get from the 2 to the 3 ball, might have to run the cue ball in between the 4-6 all the way down table. And then the tricky part is yet to start, because getting from the 3 ball to the 4 is quite a challenge too. No, I'm not sure if this is exactly what he was trying to play. No, good hit. He's left a shot on for Reot, and I believe Reot might be able to draw the cue ball all the way back for the 4 in the top right. Be a little strong, maybe a little strong. Yeah, could have done with maybe floating the ball in and taking the longer shot, but was trying to move the cue ball over just that bit more. Don't forget, this is a 45 plus category, and in general, the average conversation I have with this category of players, they all start with, well, my vision is not the same as it used to be, so I can understand him trying to get closer. Just think it was already quite difficult with that ball being so close to the rail. And the thing is also, every time you blink, it's Miric Reot back at the table. So it's just it's a very short inning in general for Jurgen. And as you can see, the 9 does not go by the 10, so you might have to play the bump, open it up and get on the 7. Yeah, always going to be a little bit more gambling with the shape on the 8, but he has played it open very nicely. Now a little bit more cut. But now this 10 is for 4-0, and that just, it has barely dropped, but barely also counts. Miric Reot clearly on fire, playing some good stuff. Yeah, now also a dry break from Nielsen, leaving the shape on the 1 ball with a possible run out. Things could go very quick. Well, until that 2 ball. Yeah. What can I say? Missed the 2. And Nielsen just pocketing the 2 ball and not landing on something. He's clearly not tuned in with the table. Like every time he had to play something with speed, he came up either too short or too long. Every time he had to run the cue ball from one side to the other, he's been struggling. And every time Reot had something, he made quick work of it. Now, is there something available still for this 4 ball? Because that could still be a tricky one. Well, the answer is no. It's kind of interesting. In some way, it feels like the match is going back and forth. But overall, if you look at the score, it's 4-0 Reot, and Nielsen just not so much chance yet, or did not get close to winning his first rack on the board. And I'm quite sure when he does so, things will be a lot better. Now let's see, expect him to play low left, 2-roll shape near the center of the table. To then play low right. Oh, he chose to play all the way for the side pocket. And well, the biggest problem I've seen overall, and not just here, also in the World 10 Ball Championship in Vietnam, is that those side pockets, they're playing super tough. And well, just exactly like that. As you could see clearly, playing the safety. 6 ball wasn't on. Has he played it too firm? If it's not on, it's still a difficult position. People would say, well, he's just gonna play a stop shot behind the 9, but the 6 will be very pacey. If he's left the 6 ball on, yeah, this is a problem. Clearly looks easier than it was. And just like that, that 8 ball I think really sealed the deal in his 5th rack. So now Miric Reot up 5-0. And at this point starting to worry and wonder, what is Jurgen Nielsen able to do still this match? Is there potential turnaround possible for him? Well, I have to say, quite a speedy performance too, if you consider we started 28 minutes ago. And the opportunity here on the table for Reot to be already on the hill. That's how fast things are going. Just a 7 ball could be somewhat tough. I'm wondering, is there a 7-10 combination? Well, let's see what he's played for. Don't think it does cut to the corner. It's called the bank. Is he going all in aggressive or with the safety in mind? He did go all the way aggressive. But yet it's not like he's given Nielsen a nice starter to get going. Still has to cut this. Probably 2 rails, so a little bit more pace. Yeah, easy to land the cue ball near the rail, as you can see. It's just, things are just not going for him. A good safety from Reot, choosing to not go for the most standard safety in this case, the short rail, long distance. Chose to leave him the kick or the jump, especially the jump could be on, but knowing that he was most likely going to get behind the balls. And does give him a great reward. Ball in hand, 4 balls and a chance to get on the hill first. I have to say, quite an explosive performance if you consider the fact that we started not so long ago, 30 minutes ago, and just the way how the match has been going. Every time we've seen maybe Nielsen for 2-3 shots, for then Reot to run around the table and clear them up. 6-0 now for the German. And he needs only 1 more to put himself in the last 32 single elimination. Now then, he does make a ball on the break. He has a shot on the 1. Looks to be a pretty okay run out. Just the shape maybe From 3 to 4, I believe. No, from the 2 to the 3 ball. Definitely some traveling to do. Does cross over nicely. Good pace. The 4 in front of the corner. Just wondering. He does play quite speedy. Maybe slightly too fast from the beginning of the match. But not much he can change now, of course. Slightly more cut on the 6. Yeah, and he's missed the 6. Left himself more cut than needed. And especially bringing the cue ball past the side pocket. So it's like a stun run. And then with right spin. That really causes him to... Well, most of the time it causes players to aim the ball thicker or thinner to still get the desired shape.
Extension.
Yeah, good shot there from Reot. Definitely nothing aggressive on the 6 ball on. Now the 6-10 combination does not function as an early win. So you still have to run out all the way to the end. That is why he is shooting the 6 to the bottom right. Well, just 3 balls away from an excellent performance, if I would say. I mean, I'm not going to say a perfect performance. I'm quite sure he's going to look back at it and say, well, I missed that shot. That safety was not perfect. But overall, if you look at the stroke he just put on the 8 to the 9, it's looking very solid. And a good performance from Miric Reot, who now lands perfect on the 10. So that is going to be it for now. It was a quick match. 35 minutes from Miric Reot. The German who advances to the last 32. Jurgen Nielsen will have to try later on for a place in the last 32. Tim the Writer in the booth for this match. I would love to see you back in an hour and 10 minutes. 5:45 p.m. local time here in the Netherlands will be our next match for today. So thank you for joining us at ProBilliardTV, and be there or be square. I'll see you soon.
What not so good. Manuel. Dus ga je me even zeggen, het is wel dat 1140 euro rijdt. Super putje. Op YouTube moet je dat kijken, hè? BPBF. Zie je het? Gaat het lukken? Gaat het lukken? team leaders for Cyprus,
Poland, Portugal, Slovakia, and Spain. Please report to the tournament desk. Team leaders for Cyprus, Poland, Portugal, Slovakia, and Spain. Please report to the tournament desk or reply to the mail I sent you. Thank you.
Yes.
and scorekeeper.
Okay.
Enjoy the match. You must agree if you rack for yourself or for the opponent.
Yeah. Rack your own?
As you wish. It's your choice.
Rack your own.
Self-record
For yourself. Okay.
After the break, you have 1 minute,
Okay.
then 35 seconds each shot, one extension of 25. When you hear me say time, you have 10 seconds to take the shot. If you think you cannot take it, you will say extension. I will say loud extension, then you have it. If you don't hear me, repeat it. If you don't have it, I will say no extension, please take the shot. If 10 seconds go, it's foul.
Okay.
That's
We
it.
can check extension after the break.
Yes, you can take also after the break if you want to feel. Okay, but then you lose it for the rack. You take it so you don't have it another shot with doing that rack.
Ah yes, yes.
Yeah,
But
yes,
after the
yes.
break,
You
we
can
have
take
1
it also.
minute. But
You can if you think you need more than 1 minute to.
yes. Okay.
You can take the extension. Yes. We start at 17:45.
45.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes, it should not. Thank you. Because if you change for the balance, it's not the same. Analog.
Yeah, I know. He's shut down and you're analog.
No problem. James Bond. James Bond have the same. You can talk.
I think when he may cut shot it back to its end, not good angle.
It's a short structure.
Anyway, it's good you're not Strickland to have some weights on the hand, you know. He's a very nice guy, but strange habits. Hey, you can take the line.
Alrighty, Giliano at the table. This is the Predator European Championships, ladies and seniors, day 3. Seniors 45 and over. This is 10 ball, a race to 7. Rida Belhaj from France in the blue, sitting down, broke the balls, left a wide open rack, and Giliano Schmidt from the Netherlands is on his way to take this rack, trying to play safe on the 6, and it's left it wide open. And, oh, perfect pocket speed. Got right on the ball. Drops it in. Rida Belhaj. He lost his opening match to Andreas Giorgio from Cyprus, 7-1, but then defeated Thomas Arnold from Germany, 7-3, and finds himself in this loser round 3 match to get into the loser qualification, and he has hung up the 8 ball. Will he get behind the 10? It doesn't appear to. So again, Schmidt will come to the table. He's run off all the balls except the last 2, and now he's got 3 more to go to win the first game. We are at the Wever Hotel in Assen, Netherlands. And keep in mind that for these European Pool Championships, they play 14-1, 10 ball, 8 ball, 9 ball, and then teams. And Giliano looking rather strong here to close out the opening game of this match. And this is George Terje. I am from Tucson, Arizona, in the USA. And I get the pleasure of commentating these European Pool Championships, which to me are just so well organized. I mean, I think it's been 40 years they've been running these, and very timely organized. And I love the way they tap the tables to spot the balls. No template rack, no hand rack. They are tapped in and they break very, very well. It's just like a template. And the opening game goes to Schmidt. And it is winner break. Now Schmidt started playing the Euro Tours in 2006, but he's only played five years out of all these years. So maybe now that he's a little older and maybe retired, he enjoys playing pool more often, and his game has improved. But a dry break, because this is the 45 plus division. He's got a shot on the 1. A little sharp angle to go to the side pocket, but the cue ball comes out nicely for the 2. And now, as you can see, he'll have to go to the head rail and come back for this 3 ball, or draw it straight back for that angle. The 3 ball is on the rail, right underneath him as he appears to shoot this shot. 10 ball plays big. He's got to avoid it in a 7-8. Oh, it looks like he got behind the 10. This is very tight. This is the TV set of the Aramith balls. So the 4 ball is pink. Did it open up enough? And it's right by the cue ball. He'll have to bank it if he wants to continue with offense or play a safety. Option of playing safe, he can go to the bottom rail with the cue ball or the top rail. Looks like this ball banks. And with a little high English, which is what he's using, he could get on the 5, which is right above the 7 and the 8, the orange ball. It's a little tight going by the 10, but it should get right by there. It appears to be tied on the... He's going to bring his cue ball around, it looks like. Oh, he's playing safe. He may not have had the bank shot, or chose to play safe and leave a very difficult shot here. Oh, cue ball. That tricky little angle, he didn't see it go to the corner pocket, and he lost his cue ball. Trying to figure out where he wants to get for the 5 so he can come down for the 6. He wants the angle to go to the long rail into the middle of the table. And he's come off the rail far too much and now finds himself behind the 8. Trouble for Mr. Belhaj. Decided to just tie up the 7 and the 8 and give up ball in hand. And he could break out. Yes, he has ball in hand. He can break out the 7 and 8 with this one shot. So that was I'm going to have to say, not a good idea to tie those up. Unless, of course, he fails to break them up. He could just break them up right now and have nice shape on the 6. He did it different, very, very different. If he hits the other side of those balls real soft and just moves it, he'd have perfect shape on the 6. But now he's come across. The only thing wrong with that was his speed was a little too hard. Now he's got to bring the cue ball around. And he has, rather nicely. Nice line for the 7. Good line shape. Good 3-rail positional shot. Either go 2 rails with the cue ball to the middle of the table and be on the 8, exactly where he wants to be. He's in good position to take game number 2. And Rida in the chair can do nothing but watch. He's pretty tidy with the cue ball. He keeps it pretty clean on a good line. He'll just run this, leave it on the just off the rail. Doesn't want to be on the rail, but the 10 ball should be straight in. The cue ball measle ball, the Aramith measle ball. And he does take game number 2. And a couple of little errors by the Frenchman. He broke dry in the first game, and then he got behind, I believe it was an 8 ball, playing position for a 5. After having ball in hand, he hit the position just a little too hard, hit the 4 ball too hard, and finds himself trailing 0-2. There goes the 5. Goes right in. Nice cut shot on the 1 on the short rail at the top of the table. The 2 ball probably to be played in the same pocket. He'd be best off shooting this and just coming straight down and back up. Shooting this with some speed. Center English. Just hit and come right there where he's at right now. You don't want to try to hold this ball. You want to go ahead and come all the way down if you're not comfortable slowing it down, because this is going to roll pretty fast. It's a thin cut, so he's going to want to come down and back up. Looks like he's using the Predator Revo shaft, but he didn't cut the ball, so he was trying to just hold the ball. And on shots like that, I personally, I like to shoot them with some speed. You're more comfortable pocketing the ball and stroking the ball, so you'll get better results. Use the rails. It doesn't hurt. He's going to have a nice... Ooh, He hit the 4 ball, but he still has cover behind the 1. On the 1, behind the 2, excuse me. He's got the jump cue out. Tough to get shape up position for the 2 ball. Is this going to set up for him? It is. It's going to dress up nicely to the side. Question is, does it cut in? If it does, with some speed and spin, he can get position on the 2. He's got a 4-10-10 ball lined up. He wants to bring the cue ball down by where the 4 ball is to get on this 3, because not enough room. Very nicely done on the rail to get by the 6. Looks like he has room to get by. He could play the 4 ball to the same pocket and comes just a little bit above the 4 for position. He went around it. Very nice. Mr. Schmidt can play. He likes to move the cue ball well. I believe I did mention that he was very tidy with the cue ball. Now he's going to either roll up on this 9 ball or play the 6. Let's see which he prefers to do. The safety is higher percentage. And the jump shot. I think it went right over the 6 ball and the 9. That ball stayed in the air a long time. A lot of power on that jump shot. And now he's in danger of going down at 3-0. Giliano mopping up or taking advantage of the errors and at the same time of good defense that he plays by Rida Belhaj. And 3-0 it is. Referee discussing.
Make the 10, don't stop, you check now, come to see you, or to say, hey, he took the ball before the one stopping.
Can't tell what the discussion was about, but the referee stepped out. It might be some confusion with who's breaking the balls. I'm not let's find out here. He's getting a yellow card, and I'm trying to figure out exactly why.
I'm sorry that the first part was the same.
I believe it may have to do with the fact that it's alternate break every 2 games. I thought it was winter breaks, but I'll still try to get that information correctly. Get you the correct info on that. Giliano to break, leading 2-1. So he got a card and a game taken away. Belhaj won the lag, so he broke first, and then lost the first game, and Giliano broke next. And I believe that's where the problem ensued. That makes much more sense. And someone in the chat comes to my rescue and says he picked up the cue ball. So he was given a yellow card for picking up the cue ball while it was still in motion. And it was a foul, so Belhaj was given the game. So instead of 3-0, we're at 2-1. And Schmidt playing with a yellow card. That's why I like my YouTube chatters. Some of them are very, very helpful. Thank you. Belhaj is wearing a Predator sticker, and I am wondering if he may be related to Karim Belhaj. Nice two-rail kick on the ball. Will he get behind the 7? No, he's left an open shot, but it's long and on the rail. It's got a natural position for the 3. He just has to pocket it, but it's a long shot and on the rail. And he pockets it beautifully. No problem. Dead center. Now he has to get a position for the ball right next to his cue. He's gonna. He's coming all the way around. That surprised me. I thought he would just hold it. He's gonna get behind the 10. I thought he would hold it with inside English and use the long rail, short rail, and come straight by the 8 ball on the inside for position in the corner. Instead, he went 2 rails all the way around. This is going to work out nicely. And as again, I reach out for information, and this is Karim Belhaj's brother. Karim, I am honored to do this match for your brother. Karim is the CEO of Predator Group. Good shot there. I'm actually now a little bit nervous doing Karim's brother's match. It could be that Karim is listening. So we are sponsored by Predator Group. Go to PredatorCues.com and look at all the products. This is the Predator Arc Table covered with Simonis 860 Tournament Blue Cloth. And they are using the Aramith Tournament Balls. Normally for all the tournaments, it's all Predator equipment. For all the other tournaments that I do, it's Predator equipment 100%. But the European Championships use the other cloth and balls. Other sponsors are Kamui Brands, Longoni Cues, IBPF, Billiard Beckman. The local sponsors are the Bonte Wever Hotel and KNBB. Long shot here on this orange 5-7, coming around for a safety. Don't hit the 8. It hits the 8 ball and leaves him close instead of distance. Little more speed. Did he get there with it? Yes, he has. Nice safety. It would take an extremely good jump shot to get over the 8 and bring it down to hit the 7. He's kicking 1 rail at it. Let's call it in the corner. It's going to sell out to the corner. And now these 5 balls are all open. 3-rail position to just about where the head spot would be. It'd be perfect on the 7. Oh, he just used 1 rail, nice and tidy. He visualizes where he wants his cue ball by pointing with his cue. As you can see, that's where he's going. That's actually a very good habit or part of the pre-shot routine, is to see exactly where you have to go instead of a general area. Many players make the mistake of going to a general area, and then if they miss by a lot. But this way, if you go to the, you're trying to get it to about the size of a dollar, silver dollar, or 3 square inches, your position can be much more pinpoint, as he played in those last 4 balls. And this 10 ball, and ties it up in this race to 7. Rida has started playing I found information on him from the Euro Tour 2008 for 8 years. His highest finish has been a final 16. So I'm sure at this age and the way these tournaments are run, a lot of these guys play pool as a sport and not their livelihood. And so I'm very, very sure that the equipment is using the Predator brake cue. The Air Rush is the jump cue. And it looks like it's going to be another. Did he make a ball there? Another dry break. A lot of balls to hide behind with the cue ball. It's not going to hide. It's left open. Unless the 6 has the top side of the 1. Well, we're going to go safety, safety. I don't believe there's a reason to try to make this 1 ball. Just hit it real thin and come straight across the table. Use the 6 for blocking it. 6 and the 7. Pretty tidy. He's calling the 2 ball in the corner. Wondering if it has room or does it catch that 4? This might take a little swerve. Oh, he's going to kick at it. I like the swerve. The swerve can give him better speed and have a little better position on the 1. This could scratch if he gets on the inside of it. Oh, there's not going to be a rail. And a big break for Rida. He's going to go for a 3 foul. Or is he going to pocket the 2? No, he's going for the 3 foul. He's got 1 foul for no rail. He's going to have to put some spin on the ball, and the 2-ball hamper's just cueing. Yeah, he couldn't close it up because of the 2-ball. Couldn't put enough English on that ball. Left-hand English he needed. Now he's going to go for foul number 3. The way to go for foul number 3 is to put the cue ball close to where he had it, bank the 1 ball up to the left-hand corner, and run the cue ball up behind the 9. Like this. Perfect. Oh, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. You just follow the 1 ball right behind the 9 with the cue ball, and the 1 ball banks just past the 9. And you can put the cue ball right up against the 9. A little more angle. He's going to try to go between them. Oh, yeah, that's too easy of a straightforward kick shot. Actually, this could be made and go on to run the table. He's on 2 fouls. He's not going to take any chances. I'd be kicking to make this ball. So he may not get the 3 foul, but he will come back to the table. Very thin cut. I don't believe either player has a Fargo rate score. Rida does have a Fargo. He's a 658. That's a strong regional player. He kind of figures a little over 720 is 720, 730 would be your lower ranked pro player. And he's not going to like his position here. He's going to have to kick for this 4. Probably kicking 2 rails to try to slide by the 5, and got underneath it. It looks like the 8-ball blocks, or maybe not. Good camera work there to go to the side, but yeah, the 8-ball does block the side pocket for the 4. He could try to cut it and bring the cue ball down to the bottom, to the short rail on the right of your screen, or try to get the cue ball behind the 5. He's cutting it all the way down the corner. What a shot. Great shot. Very, very strong shot. And now he's got these last 5 balls that pretty much, with the cue ball in the center of the table or in that area, can complete the run. Stay focused. Hold your nerve. You know, it's funny. I've been trying to slow the ball down with my hand like he was doing for many, many, many years. It's never worked for me, and I don't think it worked for him either. Now he could have liked to have run that a little harder to get a little closer to this 8 ball. Because once you pocket this 8 ball, it's pretty much lights out. You go to the 9 and the 10. And he's got the skills to finish it off. That's the only problem. These pockets on this Predator Arc table are 4 1/4 inches. And those long straight-in shots can be a little tough at times. Back and forth. It was a nice run until he hung up the 8 ball. And Giliano will take advantage of this as he comes around for position on the 10. And they are tied no longer. 3-2. So far, I believe, in the Euro Tour, Jorge Tinoco from Portugal won the seniors 14-1 gold medal, which that was yesterday, I believe, and they've started the 10 ball. And there you see table 2. We're streaming 2 tables live from Assen, Netherlands. Predator brings you free streaming, free entrance to all the tournaments. We are streamed on YouTube and on ProBilliardTV. Also on Billiard TV, they go on later. Good break by Mr. Schmidt. Ball down and position on the 1. It looks like he may not be able to make this. So he's going with a kick, and look at his cue ball. Kicked it very nice with good speed. Caught it just right to get behind the 8. Is he? Oh, he's going. Kicking at it 1 rail. Oh, he clipped it. Oh, what a shot that would have been if that completes, if it goes in. I believe he called it. be a second highlight shot. That cut down the rail on the 4-ball in the last game. Didn't win in the game, but it was quite a shot. Got the corner of the side pocket, the knuckle, and now on to 3 on the 2-ball, and the 3-ball right above the cue ball. So it's in a good place for fairly easy position. Well, he's in line. He'll have to draw the long rail and come back over to where the cue ball is now. And we're on that line. Nicely done. He can follow. He's going to bring this back again because the 6-ball will play nicely to the side. I don't believe he came back far enough. He'll have to bank the 6-ball or play safe. Oh, he could cut it. Wow. That was a very good shot. Thin cut on the 6. Nice camera work to show us the angle of the ball and the size of the pocket as he goes in. He goes all the way down to the corner and uses every bit of the pocket to slide it in. And that cut on the 6-ball earned him this game. And the shot on the 7 on top of it. Both were very good shots. Belhaj too. Racking the balls. So it is alternate break every 2 racks. You know, the Predator arc table is not available in the US yet, but it is available for all the tournaments being played in Europe and Asia. And what a lineup of tournaments we have coming up. October 7th through the 13th, we have Indonesia in Bali, the WPA Men's World 8-Ball Championships, the Women's Predator Women's 10-Ball World Championship, and the new WPA Men's Doubles Championship. All these brought to you by Predator and sponsors. Also, November 25th through December 2nd, you're going to have 8 days in Gandia, Valencia, Spain. Little Monster Men's International Open 10-Ball, Little Monster Women's International Open, and a Mixed Doubles Open. And along with the Juniors Under 19 and Under 17 10-Ball World Championships. And then it comes back to the U.S. in Jacksonville, Florida, December 16th through the 21st. the Women's World 9-ball. And then the Jacks men's and mixed doubles opens. And then, of course, February, Las Vegas. A lot of pool presented by Predator in this last quarter of 2025. And we were just, oh, what a tournament we just got done with. We had the Men's World 10-ball championships, mixed doubles. We had a women's 9-ball open that was Saigon Open in Ho Chi Minh City. And what an event that was. More and more pool brought to you with free streams from Predator. Best players in the world. And that's what stretching over a table gets you, and shooting over your leg. Looks like he can see the one ball or a piece of it. He's playing safe nonetheless. I think it would have been advisable to go ahead and try to cut the one, because the cue ball's coming between the 9 and the 10, and for position for the 3 ball. And you're going to leave a lot of distance, even if you miss it, and you may find some cover. That's another good kick and stick. That's the second one that Schmidt has played now. Ended up with a fairly safe shot. This shot can be made. Appears like it can. You can see the left side of the one. Is it enough to make it is a question. No, he didn't. But that's a nice safety. To cut it that thin and hold it on the short rail was very good. Now, having the 6 and 7 on the left side of the table makes it tough to bring the cue ball around to get back by the 3, 2, and 4 ball. So let's see how he plays this one ball. Behind the 7. Yeah, Schmidt's safeties have won him 2 games now. Not saying it's going to win this one, but it's a rather containing safety. Didn't leave much available. He might have, oh, he's jumping. Jump kick. This is the second time he shoots a shot similar to this. And it's worked out. But he's left the shot in the side. 2 ball is a little tough. So the 1 to the 2 position is not the easiest. He's got to pocket the 1 ball either off the 5 in the corner pocket or in the side pocket. If he pockets it off the 5, he'll have the 2 ball. And as you can see by that camera angle, our cameraman gives us some pretty good angles to look at these pockets and the path of the ball to go into it. That's 2 or 3 times, 3 or 4 times. We've gotten some excellent camera work there. Yeah, see, if we'd have played the 1 ball there, he would have had that open already. Little follow forward. And you'll have the 4. The closer he gets to the ball, the harder the shot gets because the angle gets wider and wider. These guys are pretty well matched. But it's Giliano's safety play that's gotten him the 2-game lead. They're racing to 7. So time is running out for Rida. Favorable bump. Still has a little bit of a steep cut. I'd go ahead and hit this with some speed and come all the way down to the bottom rail and back up towards the 9. Keeps you from having this distance. And favors the side pocket for position. Gives him a bigger landing area. And Rida Belhaj will take a break and step out of the arena. Giliano Schmidt will sit in the chair and wait. Meanwhile, the EPBF sponsors our Predator Group. If you go to PredatorCues.com, you can find all the equipment, tables, cues, shafts, tips, chalk, balls, everything. And one of the nice things to look at there is look at the pro team. See what players Predator sponsors and also the equipment they use. A record of the players. Their accomplishments, some of their accomplishments. They have players like Carlo Beato, Joshua Filler, Jasmine Ocean, Albin Ocean, top pros in the world. Sponsored by Predator Cues. Then you have Iwan Simonis Billiard Cloth, the official cloth of the European Pool Championships. Aramith Billiard Balls, the official balls. Kamui Brand. Longoni Cues from Italy. IBPF. And then you have Billiard Beckman, ProBilliardTV, and KNBB. The referees from the EPBF get to fly all over the world, especially, as I mentioned earlier, with the Bali in Indonesia tournament, the Ho Chi Minh City we just finished in Vietnam, Gandia, Valencia, Spain, coming up in latter part of November, and back to Jacksonville, Florida in December, and Las Vegas, February, March. And the Las Vegas venue will change from the Reot All Suites Hotel and Casino to the Westgate. First time at the Westgate. Predator brought back the World 10-Ball Championships that was held at the Rio and in Las Vegas since 2019. In fact, the winner of that World 10-Ball was Koping Chung, and he just won the World 10-Ball in 2025 in Ho Chi Minh City. A two-time winner, the only other two-time winner, is Eklund Kachi. Beato has finished runner-up and won it once. He was trying to win it a second time. He would have been the only player to ever win it consecutive years. It's never been done. In the now 10 editions of the World 10-Ball, Men's World 10-Ball Championships. And Belhaj is back. Schmidt to break. He's racking the balls now. And on table one, you were just watching are these two gentlemen here. On table two, I'm trying to get that. On table two, you had Torvald Asplund versus Serge van Koffenberg. Back to this match, 5-2. Giliano Schmidt breaking the balls. There goes the 4. The 1 ball. He can play a bank shot or he can play a safety. Both about the same amount of risk and difficulty, so he may as well go for the bank. He'll have position on the 2 so he can keep going. And it's a straightforward bank. Nice shot. Long shot on the 2. The 3 ball will go to the side pocket, and I think he paid a little bit too much attention to the 3 ball and missed a straightforward shot on the 2. And this is the opening. Rida needed. Let's see if he goes for a safety and puts the cue ball right between the 10-4 and pushes the 1 to the bottom rail, or to the left-hand rail. It's got to stop. It stopped fast enough, so good. 1 rail kick. A little hard to control the cue ball after making contact. He'll want to contact the bottom side of the 3 so his cue ball slides back to about where it's at now. And if he doesn't make it, he might find himself with position, or he might make the 9 ball and be put back in anyway. He went straight across with it. This is going to be no bueno. He's going to leave a shot. He's opened up the 4 ball to the corner, or a 4-9 combo. These gentlemen are in the loser round 3, so they're trying to get into the loser qualification to get to the final 32 of 87 contestants in this 10-ball tournament. Things are looking good. I'm interested to see how he's going to play the 9-10. If he's going to go off the 9 and push the 10 closer to the pocket, or just stop it there and take the shot. The reason I say that, if he gets straight in on it, he can stop it, but if he's not straight in and has to run into the 10, he's better off to push it towards the pocket. He's perfect. Dead stop shot. No need to risk anything. And a much needed game after losing 3 in a row. Score now at 5-3. He wants to avoid letting Schmidt get to the hill in this race to 7. You always want that 1 game buffer so that you're not faced with that I can't make a mistake feeling. He breaks with his off the rail. Interesting. Solid contact. Good break. It's gonna... Ooh, the 3 ball just nearly went into the side. He's left an open rack. Neither player has really threatened a break and run. But most of the time, we've gotten just this, a dry break. So, this 2 ball only has the left-hand corner pocket. So you have to be positioned to the right side of the table. Or a combo, I guess. I don't like the combo here. The 2 ball will go to the right-hand corner if he pockets the... If he completes the combo, the 4 ball. Fired it right in. He's in a line. Might have a table run here. They're laying nice. The 4 ball is gone, so it'll be the 3 to the 5. Now he's got an angle that he has to run the cue ball up table and around the 8, or he could use inside English and come between the 8 and the 6 using 2 rails. He drew around it. all the way around it. Now, this is a nice angle to come to the 6 ball from the 5. Just bring the cue ball up by about where his hand is, or on that line. A little steeper cut than you'd like here. But he was well away from that side pocket, so no fear of scratching. Well, he's on the 50-yard line here for this 8. He can play it to either pocket. This is a matter of preference. Plays it to the left pocket. He'll use high English and go 2 rails for the 9 in the side. Plays it to the right pocket. He better do the same. Use 2 rails to go to the 9. But there's a corner pocket up there that may come into play. Either the corner of it. See how close he gets to the corner pocket with the cue ball. He came around nicely. Now this is a little tougher shot. Like coming all the way around. This cue ball has to run quite a distance for position on the 10. Three rails. Is there a side pocket there? I gave him a thrill. And the one thing Rida did not want was this man to get to the hill. And on the hill he is, 6-3. Question of now keep in mind, if there's a problem here, Schmidt is on a yellow card. Again, the referee being called. And the referee's discussing.
Match suspended.
Referees are in discussion over either who's breaking next or a question brought up by Belhaj. And both players do have a Fargo rate. And the player with a 729 leads 6 games to 3. But no game has been awarded yet on the scoreboard. So the score is still 5-3. The last game is in question. You can find all the brackets and all the information. In fact, you would be amazed at the information at epbf.com that you can find. The number of tournaments, where they're being held, the draw and results, the live scoring, the number of participants and where they're from. It's all on epbf.com. In fact, if you just go to the comments or next to the comments on your YouTube, it gives you the epbf.com/tournaments/Euro. Keep in mind that there's 14-1, 10-ball, 8-ball, 9-ball, and teams being played in these pool championships. They're being held at the Bonte Wever Hotel in Assen, Netherlands. And since we have time here, let's go through the sponsors, which you see on the billboard on this LED panels all the way across around the table that make for a beautiful arena for this Predator Arc table and the Predator Arena lights. Sponsors are Predator Group, Iwan Simonis Billiard Cloth, the official cloth of the Euro Tour and Euro Pool Championships, the Aramith Billiard Balls, the official balls, Kamui Brand, Longoni Cues, IBPF, KNBB, Kings and Queens, this is day 3. We'll be here till the 8th of October. With constant action.
Can you come, please? Just that you hear what is going on. There was the second time that you waited.
Oh, we're looking at a red card in the referee. Yeah, that's a red card. It looks like Rida Belhaj will win the match due to an earlier yellow card for touching the cue ball and the error committed by Schmidt to receive a second yellow card, or basically a red card. And this means that Rida Belhaj will move into the loser qualification round, looking to get into the final 32, and Giliano Schmidt will be out of this 10-ball with a red card. First time I've seen that as a commentator. Hopefully the last. We don't want to see players lose on fouls or errors unless they're a 3-foul rule, of course, in a game. But the rules are rules. And join us later. We have plenty of pool coming here in Assen, Netherlands, for these 2025 Predator European Pool Championships. This has been George Terje. Thanks for joining us. Y'all come back now.
Referee, when we only do the shot clock, you must call us
time out?
For example,
Ah,
I explained to him, I explained to the referee, when referee it's only scorekeeper, it's not like referee.
yes, I know.
That's why I wait for you to tell me.
Yes, that's the
because
reason.
that's why
First time I say, okay, first time the cue ball is here, they come here, they come here. I put the ball, I say, okay, I respect,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
one time, but 2 times, 3 times.
you risk it.
It's a rules. I am not agree, but I say, okay, but I can come to play with my shot. No, it's a yes, you understand?
I understand.
There is some rules.
That's why I wait for you to ask me because I cannot.
No problem, no problem.
I go to him because he also told me I want you to tell me the foul. No, I want you to ask me if it was a foul.
And he know that it was a foul. He takes the 7. And he say, oh, why?
It was not foul because you also can see the direction of the balls. If you first hit the 7 will go like this. Because you hit the 9 correctly,
okay.
the 7 will
Yes,
go
but
in
the cue ball. Okay. No problem.
It's crazy. It's first time.
First time for me too.
It's
First
time
time.
in European Championship and it's red and black television.
On TV table, it's